to the Scam Slam channel. I'm here to bring you content from both shady and some not so shady individuals on TikTok. Ever scrolled through your For You page and come across a sketchy scam or a questionable character? Well, you're not alone, and that's where I come in. On this channel, I'll be diving deep into the world of TikTok to expose scams, scammers, and problematic content to steer clear of. From beggars, scammers, fakers, liars, abusers, and awareness creators that you watch, I'll be here to share it all. I'll be doing it all through showing live streams and adding in comments where appropriate. Be sure to look out for those red flags. So if you want to stay informed on what's really going on in the world of TikTok, then hit that subscribe button and join me on this wild ride. Let's expose the truth together, and reminder, don't send money to anyone on TikTok.
Come on, ladies. The fuck? God damn, excuse me. Lord have mercy. Hello, hello. It has been a fairly emotional few days, and I'm trying to process all of it. And I'm having some problems doing so. But I'll be alright, you know? It's only been a couple days since figuring out. There we go. So, how is everybody else doing? It has been finally sinking in today that I'm in the Epstein files. I got a hold of the guy I've known for over 20 years. He's like, hey, what's going on? I said, am I in the files? He's like, no, I told you if I said, then why? Hey, I said, then why is it all the memories that I've been having? I haven't read the files, but I've been here the past 2 days. Now my memories, what was in my memories, are in the fucking files. And then he told me he needed that's why he's planning on coming out here and talking to me in person. So I've been doing the best I can to deal. The guy I've known for over 20 years who actually confirmed I was kidnapped and trafficked, and he works for the government and also part of that cult, but I'm not sure what to think anymore. And yeah, and he's like they've been losing victims because the victims are unaliving themselves. I said, Jeff, I'm not going to do anything stupid. It's just I figured it out. I just found out 2 days ago. So, with him saying that he was going to be coming out here to talk to me in person about it, with some things to show me, that kind of confirms it right there without being told, right? So I'm dealing, oh, and then realizing that it probably continued until 2017 because of all the medications. And about 2017 to 2018, in between there, she was fine with me just stopping all the medications. But all the time before that, I was very highly medicated to where I was basically sleeping 23 hours, 24 hours a fucking day. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. It's just, I have to process it. It's new, you know? When you just find out, and how you find out is when people tell you on the internet that your memories that you've talked about, they've seen in the files. That's how I found out 2 days ago. And it hasn't, it's just started to hit me today that this is fucking, it really fucking happened. There is no me going back and forth anymore in my mind because there's no possible. This is all beyond a shadow of a doubt. It happened. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I am in the Epstein files. And I was to have found that out by people telling me 2 days ago on my live that my memories that I've talked about are in the fucking files. And it's hitting me today that it's all fucking real. And none of it was my imagination. And I knew it was real. It's like, what the fuck? But this is just, fuck. I'm okay. I'm gonna be okay. It's fresh, and I have to process it. That's all. Like I always do. It's just a lot. It's different when you know, but you're not, you have no, you know in your heart, but deep down you know, but you don't really know. You just have theories and that kind of thing. And then to find out, it 1,000,000% beyond a shadow of a doubt fucking happened. It all happened. But then you find out that you're actually in the Epstein files. That is something that never crossed your fucking mind. That is one thing that never fucking crossed my mind. That I could possibly be in those fucking files. Or that the trafficking with me continued until probably 2017. The thing is, I don't know what my name would be. But when I got hold of my friend, the guy I've known for about 20 years. He's like, hey, what's going on? I said, am I in the files? He's like, no, I told you you're safe. I said, then why are my memories in the files? I was told yesterday, or 2 days ago, my memories are in the fucking goddamn files. And he said that's why he was planning on coming out here to see me. Because he needs to talk to me in person and show me some things. But they're losing a lot of victims because victims are unaliving themselves. And that's one thing he's worried about. And I said, Jeff, I'm not going to do anything stupid. This is just really fresh for me. I just found out 2 days ago. I was on 30 different prescriptions, taking 100 pills a day when I was prescribed, sleeping 23 out of 24 hours a day. There's cloudy memories where I don't know if they're memories or if they're nightmares or dreams or what the fuck. Yeah, I don't remember. That's one thing about your mind. It's a tricky thing. When it's so much that you don't, that it's too much for you to handle, you won't remember. So how's everybody else doing? Frankie's new song is coming out in 24 hours. I'm happy about that. That's like the best news for me. My favorite song. It's my favorite song hadn't even come out yet. And I'm proud of that man. There's always that worry that he'll, after finding out, he might, there's a worry that he might change his mind about me or look at me differently, but I don't think he will. At least I hope he doesn't. If he does, I hope it's in a good way. You know? Oh, shit. Sorry. Sorry for the crying. It's just a lot. A lot of processing. It's like so much information all at once. Does anybody remember almost a year ago when I was very angry because they were not leaving me alone? Remember that? And I predicted that I called and everyone involved would be exposed for everything they've done to all the children they hurt and all the victims. Remember that? And I said their worlds would come crashing down around them and go up in flames, something along the lines. I predicted that, right? Almost a year ago. That everything would be exposed. Be careful what you fucking wish for. Because, you may end up fighting against something that would be the farthest thing from your fucking mind. And then basically having it confirmed. And then processing it because it finally hit you that it all fucking happened. And that you are those goddamn fucking files. I am so tired of crying, damn it. I don't think I've cried this much at one time, ever. I guess the plus is I have someone who's like a brother to me, who was like a brother to my ex that passed away. I guess it's a good thing that I know somebody that's cool, cares, and that my ex, I was the only one he ever truly loved, and so obviously he's kind of protective of me, and may Terry rest in peace. Uh, so yeah, he's worried, and I guess that's the plus side of it, having a friend or someone like a brother work for the government, huh? No, you're not in the files. Well, there was my memories in there that I've talked about. That's why I was coming to New York to talk to you in person and to show you some stuff. Great. Oh, fuck. This has been a very emotional night. Day, couple days. You know. I'm in the files. I'm in the files. And I didn't know until 2 days ago when people have been telling me that my memories that I've talked about are in the files. And I had it basically confirmed. Yeah, that's how I found out, because I've talked about my memories, having the memories that I've been starting to remember. I've talked about them on here. I found out people have been telling me that the memories that I have talked about on here long before the files came out are in the goddamn files. The cages and everything are in the fucking files. They're the goddamn files. And then my very dear friend, who's like a brother, who was like a brother to an ex of mine who passed away, works for the government. And yeah. No. He's in Colorado. He works for the government. He said that's why he knew he was coming to talk to me in person and show me some things. Yes. I'm in the goddamn files. I'm in the motherfucking files. It's hitting me today that, and then he basically confirming it without confirming it because they've been losing victims because victims have been taking their own lives since the files came out, and he's worried. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to do anything stupid. This is just fresh. I just found out 2 days ago. Yeah, well, I guess there's a reason for everything. Maybe there's. So, I grew up you will hear my story, okay? So I grew up in a very psychotic family. I used to joke after I escaped and ended up here that family was like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre family mixed with Thousand Corpses family combined, only more prominent. Um, I did not even I didn't know that I was kidnapped until October of 2024. And then I actually started having memories when I was in the car. And then after finding out that I was kidnapped, then I started having a lot of memories. I have very vague memories of things from the past, but a lot of my life is like, I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of my life. I have bits and pieces of memories. Um, by all accounts, I'm 95% sure I figured out who I really am. And if I'm right, I was kidnapped on my second birthday from West Germany by the person I thought was my biological mom. Who looks just like the sketch. Who was most likely born a man. And then I started having memories that, like being trafficked and that. But the memories I have was like the first memory being with that family. I was running away. I escaped and I got out the house, ran down the street and up, and I got across to I went across the busy street and I got to the elementary school. I think it was elementary school. And before I got up to the doors, Linda caught up with me in the car, grabbed me in the car, and beat me on the way back to the house and got me in the house. And they continued to beat me. And then the next thing I remember, I was in the shower with the guy I grew up knowing as my uncle. I was standing at the back of the shower and he was in front by the faucets. And the next thing I remember is I couldn't stop urinating. I don't know how old, I don't know what year by all accounts, I figured, I've been doing a lot of detective work. I figured out that they probably had me as Heather. Probably, it would have been, it was in Iowa. Probably in September is when I probably escaped. September 1985. But the day I was taken, I remember that day. The person was wearing like a gray suit with a gray hat that dipped in the center, had a feather on the side of the hat, so on the left side of the hat, on one side of the hat, was a feather. And there was a white building on the side of me. And the person had an orange safety sucker. And I ran up to the person, and they handed me the sucker, they picked me up, and I put it in my mouth. Last thing I remember, I know they had short, dark hair. The face has always been very blurry. Um, I've I remember trying to escape a lot of times. One time, Sue, no, things I started remembering after I found out I was kidnapped, like being kept in a cage. And the first memory I had when I was sitting in my car, I was getting ready to make a video. And it was like I closed my eyes and I was in this dungeon basement, I don't know, cellar. The walls were made of stone. There was a pillar, and then there would be a fireplace, and then another pillar, and another fireplace, and there was like three fireplaces. And there was torches on each of the pillars. And there were a lot of children. They were screaming. And I saw the whole cannibal thing. Some of the children were still alive, and that's how they lost their lives. The woman that I grew up calling Great Grandma was one of their leaders. They called her Grandmother Hayden. I didn't know any of that. Um, I took pictures of certificates and that before I left the house in the end of January of 2023. I actually took the letter from the house. It's about cooperative churches and cooperative churches. It was written in 1957 by a Reverend Kenneth Hayden. I have brief memories of being on the back of an elephant at a circus. And then the next thing I remember after that was walking towards the apartment building with a brand new stuffed animal popple up, something like that. Those ones that you would turn inside out, those pop up, whatever the fuck they were called. My stomach is growling. Um, I haven't cooked dinner yet. I remember there was this place that we were at. I thought we lived there, but I'm not thinking that. I don't think we lived there. I think I was just taken there. I gotta cook. I got the chicken thawing and everything. I was planning on making chicken and peppers. with peppers, onions, and squash. But I think I'm a little too elevated to be cutting anything up right now, don't you? So I should probably put it in the fridge. I will, when I feel like getting up. I'm thinking about it. Um, but this apartment, I remember. I don't remember living there though. I remember having a bedroom there. I remember there was the downstairs neighbor, and she used to babysit me from time to time. And she would put on this show, um, Shirt Tales. And first, I love that cartoon. I don't know. All I remembered was the panda, but I love that cartoon. But the room, we had the upstairs apartment. I had the biggest bedroom, and it was white, and there was a canopy bed. The only place that canopy bed was in that room. No other apartment or anything we were ever in, but just in that room. And so the canopy bed, right? So if you're sitting, and then there was this, you would think it was a closet, but you walk into the room, and there's this longer, bigger area over here where there would be toys. There was toys there, and but you walk into the room, right? There's the toy area over there, and then there's the canopy bed here. And if you're sitting at the edge, on the end of the canopy bed, there would be right across. There would be up in a landing. On the left side were stairs about 3 or 4 steps going up, and then there was the landing. And I was told never to open that door. Well, curiosity, you know. I've always been a natural born detective. I was born a detective. I opened that door, and it was a long tunnel. It was with religious murals painted on both walls, and like really pretty religious murals. And I told the downstairs, I told her about it downstairs, and she came up and she went to with a flashlight, and she was gone for 2 hours. When she came back, she said there was no ending, but all the paintings never ended. That they were all the way down in these tunnels. And that's where I got the scars on my upper inner right thigh. They told me it was because I would unscrew the canopy bed, and so I would jump on the bed, and I landed on the screw 3 times. I've asked a couple of medical personnel, and they told me there's no way that they're cigarette burns. I don't think we lived there. I think I was just taken there. Because there was no dresser and no clothes. Just the bed and the toys. And that's why I was confused, because at the same time I remember living in that apartment. That's because we didn't live at the place where there was the tunnels. It's just where she took me. And then I remember I used to ask her about my real dad, and she told me his name, and she said she only had one picture of him, and when he broke up with her, she ripped up the picture and threw it away. It was the only picture, but they were engaged. He always said I wasn't his. Even till the day he died. I never met the man. He said I was not his. I remember she took me to this hotel and she said she was taking me to meet him. I remember we went up this winding staircase and the hotel door was open. I remember there was a looking in and there was a bed, and that's the last thing I remember. I don't even remember going into the room, but the door was open when we got up to the room. I always wondered why I remembered the things that happened to me that were so bad. Well, that's why, because I guess my brain was able to deal with, I would be able to deal with the shit that I went through compared to what I had already been through. But there's a lot I still don't remember, even growing up and being an adult. And it's because of all the medications and being drugged. And Linda had me put on medication in 1990 after they adopted us. For about a year, I actually was able to be a child. You know? Until the adoption. And the judge who approved the adoption was the same judge that married them. I have a picture of a child in a red dress that they said was me. We figured out last night that it's the kid I thought was my brother that I took care of. And he was most likely kidnapped too, along with Shade. We were all kidnapped. All the children that she supposedly had, all the replacements. She never had any kids. 'Cause I don't think she was born a woman. She was 5'8" to 5'10". Joan was 4'11". Jack was about 5'10" to 6 foot. Carol, the oldest, was 5'2". Linda was 5'3". The brother, the youngest, John, he's 5'5", 5'6", and she's 5'8". She also faked her death. That's why they said it was a man, and they had They had Sue living as a female her whole life. There's pictures. I've seen pictures of her in a dress as a child. They had her as a female her entire life. So here's the thing: either she was born intersex, or she was born male, and they fucked her up completely. You know what I mean? She was already fucked. Um, yeah. Let me show you. Let me show and tell if I have one here. I defended her. I took care of her. Sorry. I'm just, you know, I'm still trying to I didn't know that I was in the files or anything, until 2 days ago when people were telling me on here the memories that I've had that I've talked about are in the fucking files. That's amazing. That's just, yeah. And the way you might hear me be sarcastic in that, but it's the way I cope. And sometimes I will laugh at the most inappropriate things because it's how I cope. It's better than destroying things and doing something that is permanent that I will not do. I will never do that. This is just new for me. I, it's fresh. So, uh, I'm coping the best I can with this yet. So, the picture is kind of discolored because, I've used to be homeless and everything, but thank God I'm not now. But this is Sue. See, Sue had short hair until after they ended up with me. I remember I woke up in the back seat of a car. Her and her father were in the front seat. She said, "What if she remembers?" He said, "Don't worry, she won't remember. She's so young. Just make sure you take better care of this one than you did the last." She said it wasn't her fault the baby fell. He said he didn't believe her and he hit her. After they started arguing, he hit her and I passed out. So that's Sue. And the kidnapper was, I have a picture here of the sketch of the kidnapper of Catrice Lee somewhere. Give me a moment, I gotta find it. Gotta have so many fucking pictures and screenshots. Jesus flipping Christ. Hold on. Oh, for Pete's sake. Okay. That's the suspect who took Catrice Lee. On her second birthday, November 28th, 1981. This is Catrice Lee, who her family's been searching for over 44 fucking years. But they don't know that they're looking in Germany and England, that area, in the UK. So they don't know about me, I don't think. Not yet. But here's the age version of Catrice Lee. Oh, shit. Been missing since November 28th, 1981. Oh, shit. Uh, oh, yeah, where's that picture? I know it's here. It's here somewhere. Yeah. And this is Catrice's sister. Her family was in, her father was stationed in West Germany because he was in the Royal British Army. He was a sergeant major. This is her mom after the disappearance. This is her mom. And I know why I kept asking her about, why I kept asking Sue about my dad. Because, Catrice was a daddy's girl. Big time. And from my understanding, and he said Catrice was a gift and he wants his gift back. Oh, where is that picture? Wait a minute. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, for fuck's sake. Nope. Oh, for hell. If I could actually see it. Now I know I have the picture on here. Might be on my other phone then. But this is her dad. they've been looking for a very, very long time. I am a mixture of emotions. Half the time I'm crying, the other half the time I want to destroy things, and then now I'm numb. I feel numb, you know? You know? I think everything pretty much confirms it. And it's all fucking real, man. I tried to jump out of the car when Sue was driving one time. I was little. I remember I was little and she was driving and I tried to jump out of the car. Another time she left the car running and I tried to drive it and I drove through the garage door. I tried escaping so many times. And then I guess after too many times, I must have learned my lesson because then I didn't go too far till 2023. And God's honest truth, the only reason I changed my life and escaped and everything is Frankie. I can't explain it, but he showed me anything was possible and he gave me the courage to leave and not go back. And if it hadn't been for him, I never would have left. And so I would never know what I know now. I would still think I was related to those psychopaths. You know? I still wouldn't know. I would have never known I was being poisoned. I would have never known none of it. Meeting him changed everything. Him, if I had never downloaded TikTok and never come across Frankie, my life would not be where it is now. I would still be where I was. God only knows what would be happening to me. So, I don't know what to expect next. Well, obviously, that Did you really think you had to tell me that? Of course it's going to be dedicated to him. He's a real-life knight shining armor and a real Prince Charming. He's a hero. And I don't think he knows how much of a hero he actually is. And how he actually did 100% save my life. Frankie's Alfarino. He is the reason I changed and found the courage to escape. He is the reason I am where I am now and my life is the way it is because I found the courage to change and escape and all that good shit, you know. He showed me anything was possible. I've only been in love with the man for 5 years, shit. But you know. And he knows. He knows. Who knows, maybe this will end up a fairy tale after all. We got the fucked up fairy tale beginning, right? The first person I came across that I thought I was Tanya Michelle Williams. Because the name Tanya felt so familiar. But how I found out I was kidnapped was this woman named Heather Enderton came on my live and said, "Oh my God, you're my long lost sister named Tanya. You were kidnapped." That was on October 28th, 2024. After a lot of gaslighting from her, she pretended to be the bio mom, she pretended to be a sister, and Jesus Christ, I have screenshots of messages from, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. Yeah, it was bad. I've had my address doxed hundreds of times. I've had to change my phone number, God only knows how many times. I've had police show up at my house for wellness checks. It's like, are y'all done? So I actually had to call the local precinct and explain to them what was going on so they would stop showing up at my house. When I was trying to find out whether or not I was Tanya, waiting for DNA and everything to come back, there were some anonymous post on a blog for Tanya Michelle Williams, the horrible things said about me, written about me. Look up Heather McCord on YouTube. You will find over 200 videos of my lives that have been recorded by a scam slam 411. Trying to make me out to be a beggar, a scammer, a liar. You name it. And I only set up a GoFundMe before the holidays because I'm trying to get to the UK so I can prove who I am and do a DNA test of that because I can't get help from FBI or shit. I have phone recordings that I have done. I've called FBI, I've talked to them, I've recorded conversations, they will not help me. I've had FBI laugh at me on the phone. I've called police say I have to deal with FBI. FBI says, "Oh, you gotta tell police, we don't do that." Get a hold of Interpol and everything. We don't do that. Center for Missing and Exploited Children, I've talked to them, I've recorded conversations with them too. They won't do it either. Oh yeah, they're the lapdogs. FBI and that is all involved. See, the truth is, yeah, we know who's in the files, right? Y'all know who's in the files. I refuse to read the files. Obvious reasons, right? Well, where do you think the children are the rest of the time? Where do you think those children were the rest of the time? They were with other members of that cult that were higher up but had normal lives, like the family I grew up in. Most of the victims were either members of the families of the cult, which is the Illuminati, which is Eastern Star, Knights of the Templar, Scottish Rites, and the Masons. That's the Illuminati. That's who controls the world, right? That's who's been doing all of this. Epstein shit, all that. It's the goddamn Illuminati. Christianity was started by them, so they would take over the world. So evil would take over the world. And now this has come out, now people are realizing, and I've said this, and I was called, what was it? I was blasphemy. Kiss my ass. You know, that's my response. But one very, very interesting thing. They're not scared of anybody, right? I could take out anybody, right? Well, almost anybody. They tried to sacrifice me, and it failed. I don't know how it failed, but whatever happened is in their book. I'm written in their book, and they're terrified of me. I don't know why. Whatever it is, it's in their goddamn book. And I have had an unaliving threat from one of them from South Africa. No, it has to do with whatever I did when I survived the sacrifice. Because they could have just taken me out. They didn't. I went to the Masonic Temple because I did not know I had been kidnapped and not a part of that family. I was living in my car. So I went to the Masonic Temple. I showed proof of who I was to the head honcho there. And he was all for helping me and all that shit. And this was in Florida. And he said, by the way, do you know what your grandfather's middle name was? I said, no, he passed away in like 1992. He said it was William. He walked away. Howard Arian passed away in 1992 in Iowa. Never been to a lodge in Florida. They know his middle name off the top of their heads. So he told me when to come back. I go back, nobody's there. Because I had to go to vote, right? Nobody's there. I wait. And wait and wait. And finally somebody comes, this guy. And the closer he got to me, the more nervous he got. And I said, yeah, I need to talk to the higher up. He's like, well, I'm not that high up. Okay. So I made a call. They told him to tell me when to come back. I said, okay, have a great day. I left. I went back when I was told. There was a car there. I'm knocking on all the doors. They're all locked. I live in my car at the time. I ain't got nothing better to do, right? So I sit, and I wait, and I wait, and I wait. I'm a very patient person, clearly. So finally, I don't know how long I've been sitting there, but dude in a big white van pulls in, work van, and he gets out, and I'm like, yeah, I need to talk to the higher up. He's like, I don't know, I'm not part of it, I just do work for them. Okay. Well, I don't think they're here. I said, there's a car right there. Yeah, but they leave their cars here all the time. No, they don't. But it's okay, I'll wait. That's what my response. Oh, okay. gets in the big white van. And the big white van is a big... You'll find out why in a minute. Gets in the big white van, makes a call, leaves. 15 minutes go by. I'm still sitting there. He comes, pulls in, parks down at the end, because evidently I'm blind and don't know that he's here because I'm blind and I don't see the big white van pull in. Right? He hurries his little ass inside. Right? Mind you, all these men are bigger than me. Okay? So I go and I actually started recording. Would you like to hear it? I started recording because never have I ever had grown-ass men scared of me like that and acting like fools. I think it was October. It's September. We're going to find out here in a minute. Before that... here we are. Okay. Turn that off. Play. Avoid me like the Black Plague. If they could get rid of me, they would. They would have.
Okay.
I'm not scared of shit. I used to sleep with my windows down in West Palm Beach.
Play games, which is our stupid old. See if I can find it.
That is the Sonic Temple in Palm Beach Gardens in Florida. Well, the video I took when I was at the Masonic Temple in Palm Beach, Florida. You know, part of the Illuminati, yeah. I want you to remember how many people they've already taken out. Because they were going to speak out. But yet I'm still here.
For some reason, y'all are avoiding me like the Black Plague. I'm not sure why, but I'm guessing it has something to do with my great-grandfather. Because y'all know who he is, obviously. You know his middle name, he was never here.
Y'all scared me because you tried to sacrifice me to fail?
That's why he left and came back. She knew who I was.
They know exactly who I am. They all know who I am.
That's okay.
My legal
You don't want to
name.
talk to me, I'm sure when everybody finds this out.
My legal name is 100% in the Illuminati's book. And whatever I did to that made it fail, whatever they're scared of me, whatever the reason, it's in their
Y'all
fucking
are running
book.
scared and I don't know why.
It's in their goddamn book.
For some reason you seem scared of me.
All the elites.
But it's okay. Because I may not know who or what I am, but I know that for some reason y'all are scared of me, and I know, being the oldest grandchild, whatever you had tried to do failed, and you guys found that out. That's why I've survived everything I've survived in my life.
The shit I've survived.
Including you guys trying to sacrifice me. So since you guys want to be little bitches and run like little bitches, I'm going to expose all of you. And I'm not joking.
I don't play.
Because y'all seem real scared of me.
Punk ass bitches.
Little old me.
Well, yeah, it was after I was done recording
It's
everything.
okay.
But I showed the van and the car. So after I was done recording, got in my car.
Y'all sold your souls for monetary fucking gain.
Here come the cops. 2 cops.
How's it feel?
And the cops, well, hold on.
Now all I came to do was ask what the answer was to get help. But you guys want to be running around like little bitches, scared of me for some reason, couldn't give me a yes or no. So now we're going to do it my way. I will eventually figure out what I am, who I am, whatever. I mean, I've been lied to my whole life.
Clearly.
So I'm sure I'll find out who I am. I think I'm on the verge of that as it is. Since you guys are scared of a woman. Maybe I'm not just any woman. Maybe I'm more powerful than you. The ones that sell their souls for monetary gain that are going to burn in hell like my grandparents did. And I'm guessing I'm probably a witch too, because of my great-grandmother. Have fun with that.
Mohasa Colbert, daughters of Mokana. This is me at the Masonic Temple in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
I'm sure you'll be on TikTok and Instagram and that tonight anyway. Let's see, Millwork Solutions.
Millard Solutions.
Good to know.
In Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. You should call and ask for the boss there, and ask why they do what they do to children.
Masons are the Illuminati.
And why they're scared of me?
Ain't shit. They just think they are. The Masons, Sisterhood of the Eastern Star, y'all are the Illuminati, and you ain't shit. Because I ain't scared of you.
This was October of 2023. I knew. And I talked about it, and nobody believed me. I was called, you name it, I was called that. I was called everything but a white woman.
Your little club.
That was just me. Yeah.
All part of the Illuminati. And I'm one that's not scared. But y'all seem fucking scared of me. Not sure why. But like I said, I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out. Because I'm guessing my great-grandfather was very, very high up. And I have proof of what I say. This is going to be fun exposing y'all.
What did I say? I was going to expose them. That was October 6th, 2023. What did I say in that video? I said I was going to expose them. So after I cut the video and I was getting ready to leave, here come 2 cop cars, right? Cops get out. What are you doing here? You know how cops are rude with you, right? No matter what color you are or whatnot. let me see your driver's license. I hand him my driver's license. He hands it back. He looks at it, hands it back. It says, now you know if you come back and be arrested for trespassing, right? Ever have a cop talk to you like that? Yeah. And when the cops showed up, by the way, the two motherfuckers came out, both a lot bigger than me. And I did not wear my glasses, but I'll show you what I did. When the cops said, no, you know, you'll be arrested for trespass or whatever, right? It's like, I just looked out my windshield at the big mass motherfucker. And I said, just smiled. I said, that's okay, I won't be back. See, I'm a real child of God, unlike some who sell their souls for monetary gain. Both of those fuckers went white as Casper the motherfucking friendly ghost, fear of God in their eyes. And I'm pulling out. And before I drive off, I look out my window and I said, at least when I die, I won't be burning in hell for all eternity. Cop goes, oh, no, you don't have to be like that. I said, I have proof of everything I say. And I drove off. I went up and there was a Starbucks across. There was a, median. There was like 4 lanes and then a median and then another 4 lanes and then like a outlet mall type thing. And there was Starbucks there. So I would sit there and, at Starbucks a lot and charge my shit up because I'm living in your car. So I went around and I went to the Starbucks and I sat down, got my stuff, charging, and mind you, right across the street, that's where I just came from, and there was a little gas station right there. I sit down, I'm charging my stuff, and I got on TikTok or some shit, and I look up. Here come the 2 cop cars, right? One drives off. The second one pulled into the small gas station. I was there for about good 2.5 hours. That cop sat in his car in that small gas station the whole time I was there. I got up after I was done charging my stuff. I got in my car and I went around and I was in the lane to turn to get on the highway, and I happened to look in my rearview mirror, and that's when the cop was driving off. He sat in that small gas station parking lot the whole time to make sure I was not going to go back down there. Yeah. I have been followed. I have been watched. My house gets watched. You name it, it's happened. And I'm not scared. I make eye contact with them. They turn and walk the other way. Okay. Scare tactics don't work with me. The thing is, what people need to realize is these people, the only reason they're so powerful is because everybody's given them that power. They have no fucking power. Jesus Christ. There's nothing mystical about them. I have more mystical powers than they do. Okay? I've survived things that nobody should. Survived being sacrificed. I used to, long time ago, I was an addict. I used to inject, and the last time I injected, it was C, M, and H all combined. I did not know that. It was from the Mexican Mafia, and it was all pre-mixed. I felt the whole thing full and did it all. I got sick. Ended up on the floor, got up, got sick again. Went in the bedroom, took a couple sleeping pills, went to sleep, woke up just fine. Did not overdose. In, I think it was 2000, I injected myself with over 600 units of insulin. I woke up the next day. Doctors didn't believe that I did it until they got my blood work back. I survived riding in the car with a serial unaliver when I was 19. He just asked me really inappropriate questions, never touched me. I've had people tell me I can physically take pain away from them. and that I have. Problem is, you can't get rid of it. I don't know how. I don't know how I do the shit I do. But I do. And I've proven everything that I've said. And I've had people from my past on here confirming it that are no longer in my life and no longer, because I've cut them out too for reasons. I'm a freak of nature. And then finding out everything I found out. And now knowing what I know. It's been a lot to deal with. If I had a dime for every time someone told me that, I would be rich. I'm going to. See, I'm very different than other people. I'm coping and I'm processing and I will be okay. It's just a lot to, finding out that I'm in the files, that I'm definitely in the files. And it's been, it's a lot to process and things like that. That's just it, you don't understand. I didn't know I was in those files until 2 days ago. I didn't even know I was kidnapped until October 28th, 2024. I don't remember most of my life, but I have bits and pieces of fucking memories. Epstein. The Epstein files. Turns out, and how I found out was because I've talked about things that I remember, that I started having memories of, and I've talked about them long before the Epstein files came out, and I've been told over the past couple days that the memories that I've talked about are in the fucking Epstein files. Being kept in a cage and so on and so forth. And the cannibalism and all that. Everything I've talked about is in those goddamn files. So I'm processing. I'll be okay. I guess it's a good thing I have a friend that I've known for about 20 years that also works for the government, who confirmed I was definitely abducted and trafficked. He confirmed that to me last year. But he said he didn't know who I was. My real name. But yeah. And then figuring everything that I figured out, and then now. But one thing is, months ago, see, I make predictions. I just say I predict it's going to happen. It's a fun way of doing it, I guess. I said I predicted everyone involved in the cult, all of it, all the ones that hurt children, everything was going to be exposed. And everyone involved, their worlds were going to go up in flames, their lives were going to go up in flames, and the worlds were going to come crashing down around them. I said this months ago. About almost a year ago. And look what's happened. I just say things and they happen. And I just say I predict it's going to happen. It's just a fun way of doing it for me. Makes it fun, I was just mad when I said it. I didn't know it was actually going to happen. And here we are. Everything's been exposed. Careful what you wish for. Because you might get it without knowing you're going to get it. And then kind of wishing you never said it. Careful what you wish for. The truth needed to be told. And these monsters need to pay for what they've done. And if the proper authorities are not, I am. Again, I don't know what the fuck that means. But they do. They know exactly what that means. It's in their book. I know it sounds crazy. Believe you me, I've been waiting for Ashton Kutcher to pop out for over a year now to say, haha, you've been punked, haha, so I can fucking throat punch the motherfucker, okay? I know. I technically solved my own kidnapping. Everything is just... It's crazy, huh? And then today is when I figured out, how, where all the kids are most likely kept when they're not there on the islands and that. They're in other members' homes. These members will be high up, higher than the ones that the elite. Higher up members than the elite. But they will have normal lives. And you will never know that they have money, or they just know how to hide everything. And these members keep the children. And if a child escapes like I do, well, I guess then they're put in the family and raised as, I'm here. I'm doing the best I can to deal with all of this and to process everything. Because it just hit me, it finally hit me today that it's all real. There's no way I can go back and forth in my mind anymore, questioning my memories or questioning anything. Maybe this isn't real. Maybe I'm just imagining things and things like that because that's what I was, being brainwashed and everything else that those people did to me, that I do know of. you know. And I don't talk about it because to have people feel sorry for me. That's not the case. I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me. Shit. I tell my story and things I've been through and all that, and I've exposed these motherfuckers for the past year and a half, 2 years. I've been exposing them and dealing with all the shit I've dealt with at the same time. And being brought up to me to believe that my memories were not real and that I imagined it all. So I go back and forth in my mind a lot. Maybe I did imagine it. Maybe this really isn't real. Maybe I'm thinking too much of it. There's no more denying it. There's no fucking way to deny it anymore. Or for me to go back and forth anymore with it. Because, if it wasn't real, my memories, the things I've talked about, wouldn't be listed in those files. And I would have never, And for the fact that they did it to me, most likely to between 2017 and 2018 is when it ended. Because that's when she had no problem with me not taking the medication anymore. But then when I started remembering things, she started poisoning me again. Trying to make me forget. I think, and I sit here and I think, how the fuck? How did I not know? But then again, I did question it. I remember laying in bed as a child, and I remember I was watching USA Up All Night. I think it was with Ron DeShare. It was either on Friday or Saturday. And Attack of the Killer Tomatoes was on. I remember staring at the top bunk in my room, and I was eating Hershey Kisses. And I was just thinking, how am I related to these people? I don't look like them. I'm not like them. Why does my name feel so weird? Why did it feel so weird being called Heather? If that's my name, did everybody feel weird when they were called by their name? Maybe I was kidnapped, and my real family is looking for me. Why do they hate me? Why do they treat me so different? The last birthday that was celebrated was 1991. It was a New Kids on the Block birthday, supposed surprise birthday party. That was basically the last birthday celebrated, except, when it fell on Thanksgiving, because they had my birthday as November 23rd, 1980. My real birthday, if I am Catrice, would be November 28th, 1979. So anytime November 23rd fell on Thanksgiving, they would put a candle in a pumpkin pie. And the gifts I would get. One year I got a stereo. Well, I got their old stereo. Linda and Ralph got a new one, I got the old one. I was always grateful for whatever I got when But I think it was the last time they got me anything for Christmas was 1999. So I was just not getting anything. right? Any Christmas, it would be like a $10 gift card for McDonald's and a candy bar, which she got everybody, along with Davey get her, she got everybody stuff for them. I was the only one that never really got anything. So, I'll never forget it. Christmas, I think it was 2015. It was either 2015, 2016. I think it was 2015. She calls me and says, she got me something really great for Christmas, and it was amazing. I was going to love it, and I could share it with Steven. And I'm like, okay. But she got me excited, purposely. And so we went, and Steven is the guy I was dating at the time who started poisoning me in November of 2015. So we went, and everybody was opening gifts or whatever. And so the only thing new about this year was the uncle, John, his new girlfriend, her kids were there. That was what was different that year. So, she gave me the gift. I opened it, and it was one of those car ashtrays with the glow-in-the-dark top on the lid that you could get for like less than $30 at the truck stop. That was the amazing, spectacular gift she was giving me. I guess she felt like she had to get me something because it would look bad at her getting her brother's girlfriend's kids and grandkids gifts and not get her own daughter a gift, right? Oh, but you smoke. I thought it would be useful for you. I didn't have a fucking car at the time. And why? Yeah. I used to believe that I didn't like I didn't like physical affection either. Everybody made my skin crawl. Anybody that would try to hug me made my skin crawl. That was until November 12th, 2022. Except my daughters. But November 12th, 2022. The first person that didn't make my skin crawl was Frankie. Matter of fact, I wish he wouldn't have stopped hugging me, but yeah, let's have that video. The best gift I could have ever got from anybody. And I cherish it. Very much so. Just like every moment I ever have had with him. As brief as they've been. Especially the private moments that I've had with him. Yeah. Like by the fireworks. And during the video until the two came up and kind of, and then went by the fireworks until someone came and said he had to do photos. Yeah. I can't help it. I'm in love with the man. I have been for 5 years. And if we don't ever get together, then I'm not gonna ever be with anybody. And I decided before I ever knew about him, I decided back in December 2020 that I would never be with anybody. I'd be single the rest of my life. I was fine being single, would never fall in love and everything like that. Then February 2021, I downloaded TikTok, and about a week later, first time I ever laid eyes on him, and I fell in love with him immediately. And it was on a scammer account, so I had no idea who the fuck he was. I didn't know he was entertainer. I had no idea who the fuck he was. All I know, the first thing I saw was his heart and his soul. And any attraction to anybody else went out the fucking door. It was just him, and it still is just him. And a beautiful smile. He was wearing a black hat turned backwards. Long sleeved tannish brownish shirt. Had his glasses on the front of him. Khaki pants, so I think he was sitting down, and it was a white room. And then he started singing. Build Me Up Buttercup, but very slow. And oh my god. I'm like, who is this guy? This is what he needs to be doing with his life. He was born to do this. I had no fucking idea. None. A little bit of research is all it took, and I found out who it was, and that was the end of it. And yeah. The first time we ever had a Zoom, that was like, it was supposed to be 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and it lasted a half hour. It was like talking to somebody I've known my entire life. I lose track of time that way. It was amazing. And interesting enough, up until that time, up until I had the Zoom with him, when I looked in the mirror, I saw that my hair was brown with natural red highlights and that I had blue eyes. After that Zoom is when I saw that I had brown hair and brown eyes for the first time. They had me convinced that my eyes were blue and I had brown hair with red highlights. Natural. They stripped me of my whole identity, even my eye color. And I don't know why they did it. I'll never understand. You know? How can you understand what monsters do when you're not evil yourself? I think the only thing I'm really worried about, and I know it's going to sound really stupid, I'm worried about when everything comes out that a certain Mr. Zolfarino is going to look at me differently. And think of me differently. If he does, I hope it's in a good way. But at the same time, there's that fear. And yeah, he knows exactly how I felt about him because I've told him to his face. I've told him if he doesn't feel the same way about me, just tell me, and he never has. But I am worried. My daughters are not in my life. My daughters were stolen from me by CPS, but not in the way you would think. CPS was being called to my house all the time. They would come, they would check my house out. Everything would pass. They would leave. My ex-husband figured that they weren't going to take my children from me. As many times they showed up and they never did. So he convinced two people to basically bullshit lie to me, piss on my leg, tell me it's raining. And one came over to my house and she said she needed to talk to me. And she told me that my ex-husband was planning on breaking into my home, unaliving me, and taking my children to California. So I was going to work on getting a restraining order. But a couple days after that, I ran into the other one. And oh my god, Heather, how are you doing? It's been so long. She was an older woman. Her name was Betty. I told Betty what was going on. Oh my god, I'll take the kids. Don't worry, they'll be safe. Johnny will never know where they are. She got the kids on a Friday. Clothes, toys, $100 bill, gallon of milk. I talked to my kids that night. I think it was Saturday. I talked to my kids. I called them several times. Sunday comes, she calls me and tells me she needs power of attorney and papers. She needs me to sign power of attorney papers in case she needs to take my kids to the doctor or the hospital. I was going that Monday to get a restraining order and get my kids back that, Monday evening. And I said, let me call you back. And this is when I was dating Terry. And I told Terry, Terry and Dara, I was in a throuple. And I told them, and Terry says, call her back now, get the kids back right now. I called, and I called, and I called. For 2 hours, I called. No answer. Finally, she answers, and she says, they took the kids. Who the fuck took my kids? CPS and the police. I bet it was Lynn and John that told them. John being Sue's husband. Lynn being one of their friends or some shit. So Terry overheard that because he was sitting right next to me. We go and get in Dara's vehicle. We go over to the house. Terry jumped out of the vehicle, went into the house. I got out and got in there as soon as I could, and it's a good thing I did because Terry would have gone to prison. Back to prison. For what he was going to do. Turned out the final call came from Betty's house. She told the police she told police and CPS she didn't know my last name, didn't know how to get hold of me. My kids were filthy when I gave them to her, and I just abandoned my children. That's what she told them. And she had cancer. I called CPS and I explained it. I was like, she had my kids because I was going to get a restraining order now. That's how my kids ended up in the system. I was doing UAs every Monday, Wednesday, Friday for months and passing every one. I did everything I was supposed to do. I did everything I was told to do. And then about a week before the last court hearing, she called me into her office. Her name is Donna Haynes, Weld County CPS in Greeley, Colorado. She calls me in her office. She wouldn't let Terry back there because we weren't married and Terry wasn't either one of the kids' fathers. And she puts a picture of my youngest daughter down in front of me, and I started crying. And she says, "Now, don't you want those girls to have a life you can never give them?" And then she said the judge was going to terminate my rights, and it was better to relinquish my rights. And I believed her. So I signed the papers because I thought I was doing what was best for my kids. The CPS, they're doing what's best for the kids, right? I agreed to sign the papers, so I signed the papers. And I went to the last court hearing, and the judge asked, "Did anyone force you into signing these?" I said, "No, ma'am, I just want what's best for my kids." And I was crying the whole time. And that's that was it. A couple of years after that, I found out that if I had not signed those papers, I was going to get my kids back at that court hearing. I haven't seen my youngest daughter since she was 3, and she is now 21? No? Let's see, 22. She's 22. And my oldest is 23. And see, she found me when she was 16. And I used to drive my ex and my last ex. We ended up going from Colorado to Ohio, where he was from. Stayed in a roach-infested motel so I could go see my daughter in Indiana once a week. And I would take her anything she asked me for. And I would drive 8 hours round trip just to see her for a half hour. And that was the first couple times. It was like 1 or 2 times it was a half hour, and then it got slowly less and less because she made excuses that she had to go. She would get when I would bring her, and then she would go, so she had to go. So basically, I was being used at that time by my daughter for whatever she could get out of me. And then her adoptive mom found out about the communication, and my daughter talked me into getting her a phone so we could talk and everything. Well, turns out, evidently, my daughter was sending explicit pictures to adult males. And she was 16. I did not know, right? The next time I spoke with my daughter or got anything to do with my daughter was when she was 19. And in 2002, Linda and I went and she came back with us to Oklahoma in 2022. I remember it was Valentine's Day. We were going because while Linda was driving, I was watching Frankie's live that he was doing that Valentine's Day. And so I was I was happy. I was a happy clam. I was going to get my daughter, and we were going to be reunited, and I was watching the man that I was in love with. Great day. When we got my daughter, she seemed so excited and everything. And at first, everything was great. But then, her using me started fairly quickly, wanting to drive my car, you name it. Even lied to me about being pregnant. sent me a picture of a fake pregnancy test. She actually kicked me out of that house in March. And my ex, Steven, who had been poisoning me, who just had back surgery, said I could stay with him, which was a good thing because there was a serial in the library around the area targeting homeless people. And so, yeah, so I don't know if that family turned her against me or what the fuck. But she did tell me something fairly interesting, and now knowing what I know, I'm like, So what she told me was her biological father, which would have been Nacho, wasn't actually her biological father. Nacho was just a demon. And her biological father is, well, according to my daughter, Satan. My daughter told me she's literally the spawn of Satan. Evidently, I was an angel in heaven. Devil and God made a deal, and I agreed to come here. That's what I was told by my daughter. And then that Tina person saying what she did, and then I talked to, she said I was a phoenix in heaven, got brought here, and then got tired of the bullshit, showed my true form to them, and flew around the room. Lightning bolts flew out of my fingertips, and that's why they're terrified of me. I told all of this to someone who's entwined with that cult, because he was a victim until a certain age, and then he would be taken around to the different homes to take the children out of the cages. I was one of them. And he confirmed it. He said it was most likely true. Of course, she also said the devil's in love with me, too. So, that's why they're scared. Who knows? But it's like, I know it sounds completely insane. But after everything we know now, and, well, I've proven everything, basically. I mean, I could pull up the documents and show you if you'd like. The Freemasons and Sisterhood of the Eastern Star, and even the picture of Altarian standing in front of a black curtain with 4 other members with an upside down pentagram behind them. Well, freak of nature. What can I say? People have said there's I'm so strong, and a lot of people, they're so surprised I'm mentally completely still put together. I've taken psych evaluations and everything. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me except, anxiety and CPTSD. Been told by therapists and psychiatrists I'm the strongest person they've ever met in their entire life. And that was before all this. And even with everything I've been through and what those monsters did, I don't want revenge. I want them to pay legally for what they've done. A lot of people don't understand that because a lot of people would want revenge. But that's not me. Because that would make me as bad as them. It wouldn't make me any better than them if I wanted revenge. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Fucked up thing is I can't even hate anybody. I don't know how to hate. And I'm still waiting to have a nervous breakdown. I don't think it's ever coming. You know. But I did say the only way you can truly help someone is you have to have gone through it yourself. That's the only way you can truly help someone, because you have to truly be able to understand what they went through in order to help them the proper way. Otherwise, you don't understand what they went through, and you can't really help them the way they need to be helped. You can't get them the help they need, or you know what I mean. Maybe that's why I've survived everything I have, and maybe that's why I'm still, mentally I'm still put together, so I can help others. I don't know. Fucking mixture of emotions, man. You know what I think I'm gonna do now? I think I'm gonna go cook. Care to join me? Hot. Okay, I think everything's thought out. So, I can get it on here. Shit. There we go. So, how's everybody else been? I'm cooking at midnight. I am going to dice up the chicken and some peppers and onions and some zucchini and fry it together. Or whatever you want to call it. Okay. And if I don't eat it tonight, well, I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. It's over here, and I will deal with all that shit tonight. Screw it! One for the meat, one for the veggies. Because we do not like cross-contamination. City of salmonella and E. coli are not fun, especially when you have them all at the same time. And yes, I have. October 2012. I ended up in ICU with C. diff, salmonella, and E. coli. Now you know one of those. Each one of those could take your life, right? I had all three. I was in ICU for about a week, and the majority of the time I was by myself. And my ex-husband at the time turned out to be, all three. My ex-husband at the time, we had not been married yet, but fishing was more important to him than anything. But here's the thing I never thought about till all this came about. My ex-husband, who was also gay, turns out, was obsessed with the Masons. He was either playing video games or watching stuff about the Masons constantly. And what's even more interesting is Linda tried to get me to stay with him. Thank you. I got it at my favorite shop at the outlet mall. I bought a bunch of stuff, and then I was on my way out. And when I go out of a store after shopping, I try not to look at stuff, especially when it's clothing and that, right? Well, I had to go around, and then I saw it, and then I had to get it. So I went back, and I grabbed it, and I went and I got it. So, and I'm glad I did. It's nice. It's comfy, it's warm, and I love it. It's strange that, I don't really, I'm all mixed up inside on how to fucking feel about this whole shit. Obviously, I'm angry, I'm hurt. I'm a lot of things. Right? Confused. Finding out on this app from people that watch my live and have listened to me and who then have gone and read the files, and finding out, being told by people I've never met but watch me and interact with me that all of my memories, everything I've talked about is in those files. It's a lot, And at first it was disbelief. And then I'm like, I started thinking more about it. And then today it started hitting me that, it really fucking did happen. And I am. And then it then got confirmed, basically, without being confirmed. Because when I called a friend, he, no, you're not in the files. I told you you're safe. I said, then why is my memories in there? I've been told. Then he told me that's why he was coming out here to talk to me in person and show me things. Tell me something. I'm not in the files, so why do you need to come out here and show me things if I'm not? You know what I mean? That confirmed it for me. And that was about an hour before I came live. So, yeah. I'm dealing. And he said that they've been losing victims from victims taking their own lives, and he was worried about me. And I said, I'm not going to do anything stupid. It's just fresh. It's new for me. I just found out 2 days ago. You gotta let me fucking process this shit. You know? I want to cry again, damn it. Here I go again. I'm tired of crying. And I keep questioning myself, why am I crying? You know? Obvious reasons. But see, when I was growing up and with that family, I wasn't... I'm cutting chicken. When I was growing up with that family, I wasn't allowed to have any emotions but being happy. Or pretending. You know, be silent. Be basically numb. Because anytime I showed any type of anger or emotions of being upset, she was like, "You're not taking your medication, are you?" Then she'd take me to the doctor, Dr. Tomlinson in Loveland, Colorado. I believe he's still working there, too. I looked it up. And he'd be like, "So, how are you doing?" And that's who started me on Prozac and Ritalin at the age, well, I thought I was 9. And he's like, "How have you been?" And I was like, and I go to tell him because I was bullied at home and at school, and and I wasn't just being normal bullied, I was being tormented both places. And he would just increase the medication or put me on more medication, and that's how it was for me. And when she convinced me that I need to be on Social Security, then convinced me that she should be my payee. And then because she was my payee, she said that she had to go to all my appointments with me, into the doctor's appointments with me, including psychiatrist. She sat in every therapy and psychiatry appointment, and I was an adult. They never told her she couldn't, or that. Except Wanda and Cindy. They kept telling me I needed to get away from her. And those were my 2 therapists that would pick me up for an hour and take me somewhere so we could talk. I'll never forget the psychiatrist, though. We were sitting there. It was at Grand Lake Mental Health. We were sitting there. It was a television visit. And he asked me how I was doing, and I go to tell him, and he says, "Let me stop you right there. You don't care about anyone but yourself. You're selfish, and you're better off not being here." Basically telling me I was better off. A psychiatrist. Linda is sitting right there. She's like, "Heather, let's go." Got up and left. So, yeah. She chose all my doctors. One time she took me to this nurse practitioner. Went into the office. The only time I saw this nurse practitioner. Nurse practitioner tells me that she's going to give me a shot for my migraines, but it has to go at the base of my skull. I look at Linda, and she looked, "Yeah, go ahead and do it." I said, "What is it?" She's like, "Don't worry about it. You'll be begging me for another one in 3 weeks. Linda says, "Yeah, go ahead and do it. It'll help you." The syringe was either in her coat pocket with the stuff in it already, or was in the desk drawer. She has me bend forward, put my hair, whatever, right? Injects it at the base of my skull. We get back to the house. Thankfully, there were people there because God only knows what would have happened if there were not. 20 minutes after getting back to the house, I was basically being carried out to the car to be taken to the hospital because they thought I was having a stroke. To this day, I don't know what was in the syringe that was injected at the base of my skull. But hey, I'm still here. Then the accident my ex caused, trying to take my life, October 8th, 2019. He had been up for too long. Get it? Yeah. And at that time I was too. Anytime I was with, it's very, I always pick the wrong ones. Frankie's very different. But, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yeah. So he was driving erratically, drove onto a Navy base in Biloxi, Mississippi. Stops at the guard shack, and I say, "Please help me, he's trying to me." She looks at me like I'm crazy, steps on the gas, she flips the switch for the wall to come out of the street, the road, and it comes up, and he pedaled to the metal. I was not wearing a seatbelt. I ended up with 2 broken wrists. And all I did was chip off here, like right here, identical. On both sides. He was in jail for a month. And then got released. For driving onto a military base. With no credentials. And then a bunch of MPs and police came with their guns drawn, and they found paraphernalia and that, and it took like 8 to 11 officers to take him down while tasing him. And he was only in jail for a month. Had paraphernalia, had substances on him, and for driving on a military base. A month. And they threatened to put me in Guantanamo Bay. And about once a year, he contacts me. At least he speaks up. I know he watches. And I hope he disappears never to be seen again. You know? Imagine all of your relationships are set up, right? And if you're the one that finds the guy and starts dating him, or the relationship starts dating the person, after the family meets them, things change. Like money, keep her under control and we'll give you whatever you want. None of my relationships were actually legit. I know that's bad to say, because, but truth be told, they were all fucking picked for me, I guess. So, I am, from Catrice, I'd be 46 years old, have 2 children that I haven't seen in a very long time, who have been turned against me, believe the lies they've been told, that I'm crazy. And I've never actually been loved. Except possibly my real family. But other than that, never been on a date. Never had a wedding. But it is what it is. Save me someday. Someday my prince will come. One thing, you know. Oh, for fuck's sakes. So, but yeah, there's reasons I am the way I am. I guess I don't really have to cut this shit up. Fuck it. Throw it in the pan. Alrighty. Let's see, what do we want to season? That. Definitely that. Yeah, why not? And that. Yeah. Yeah. No, this. Since we have the kitchen chicken. And a little bit of that. Alrighty. Cook this first. Good and coated. Yeah. Got one of our steak seasoning. Garlic and herb. This is dash. Not open one. This is dash. Garlic salt with parsley. And Nashville hot chicken. I like a cake. So, I like cake, you don't like me though. There we go. Alright. Come over here now. So, yes, I deal with trauma very differently than others, I guess. You know. I figure, here's why I deal with it the way I do. Nothing will ever change whatever happened to me. Nothing will ever change what happened to any of us. So I'm not going to let it take over my life. I'm not going to let it win. If that makes any sense at all. I'm not going to let the trauma and the negativity get to me. I'm not going to let these monsters win. If I were to let it get to me and that, like, normal, like you would think people a lot do, they win. The monsters win. Because the truth is, the only people that all this is affecting, really, is the victims, the survivors. It is not affecting these motherfuckers in any way, shape, or form. As far as getting justice, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. For fuck's sakes, you got the orange guy, and that's in it. Everything in those files is 100. I don't even have to read them, and I know it's real. It's true. Everyone listed are guilty. But you know who wasn't in the files and who was actually innocent, who tried saving as many children as possible? The one man who got ran through the mud, whose career, not only his career, his reputation, his whole life was fucking destroyed. Based on fucked up lies because he did not want to be a part of that. And he tried saving as many children as possible. That's why he called his ranch Neverland. Remember, Peter Pan took the children to Neverland. Why? To save them. Right? Michael did the same thing. He was innocent. And so many people just... They villainized him and destroyed him. And then those monsters took him out. They took him out. I don't believe that what they're saying, that he asked for more, whatever it was. What people don't seem to understand is that AI shit that's now all popular and shit that we all know about, that shit's been out for God knows how long. AI has been around for quite some time. You know those ads like when we first had cell phones, like years ago, where, you know, with the app stores and they had the games and everything that we could get, right? Where they would play those ads where those people would say you'd win real money and all that, right? And they even have one of Mr. Beast. That kind of thing. Oh, thank you. All that's been AI the whole time. AI has been around for God knows how long. It's like, when do you think the first computer was invented? 70s? 60s? Yeah. Everything you see now, everything we're seeing now, has been around for a very long time. They just haven't put it out. Think about this. The movies, the sci-fi movies, right? Terminator, with the robots. iRobot, RoboCop, and now what are we seeing? All those sci-fi movies back then with the robots and we're seeing that now. And people think it's so great. Well, remember how Terminator turned out? Yeah, great. No thank you. No thank you. Just like in 2023, I told everybody what was going to happen. I said it was going to be World War III, Civil War Part 2, I'm sure. I was called fear-mongering, and look. I said that in summer of 2023. Trying to warn everybody. I could see it coming from a mile away. Because of everything. Burning books. I just saw a video where they passed a law where it will be legal to buy and sell human beings. That was in 2023. Of course we haven't seen anything about it. Just wait. I'll be right back. I gotta change my shirt. I'm fucking hot. Yeah, I'm not first. You're hot. You're cool, Jesus. I'd be a little warm. This last weekend, my house got down to 52 degrees inside. And my thermostat was set at 72. It felt like negative 14 degrees out. So, you know what I need? What I wish? I wish I could see Frankie. I need one of his big old hugs, and where he takes me in his arms and doesn't let me go. That's what I fucking need. Kiss me on the forehead, tell me everything's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Maybe someday. Alright? Maybe someday. Down, cover it, let simmer a bit. So, and while that simmers, there it goes, sit down. I need to. Try to get my water or something. I'm not feeling all that well lately. Various reasons, right? Not supposed to have stress, but yeah, here we are. Wonderful! You know. So tell me. Your honest opinion, guys. Motherfuckers. If I'm not in the files, like at first he said, why are my memories in the files? Things that happen in the files that I remember. And why does he need to come here from Colorado to talk to me in person? And show me whatever. Is that what they do? Like agents or whatever, they lie to you and say, no, that's you're not on the files or whatever, and then come to your home and surprise you and tell you in person. So you're okay. You know, my honest opinion, they should have been helping me before now. If that's what the plan is, because they're a little investigation. Instead of what they did. Yeah, they are. My understanding. Jesus fucking Christ. And no, I can't record when he's around because why? It could put his job in jeopardy. Put him in jeopardy? I can't do that. If I could, I would trust him to leave. Jesus fucking Christ, man. He's already done that. That's how I found out what I found out. When he confirmed that I was abducted and trafficked, he just didn't know what my real name was. He called me on a Google number. Called me on a Google number when I demanded to know. I demanded answers. I said, who the fuck is Mother Hayden? I still don't have that answer. But I'm sure he knows a lot more than I do. Clearly. And that would explain probably why he has been... This is the weird part. I hadn't heard from him in God knows how long. Since 2023. And then he reaches out to me in 2025. And starts talking to me like the good old times, and we never talked like that before. It's like a little bit here and there, but told me I was taking over as his best friend. I was going to take Terry's place as his best friend. I'm suspicious as fuck. You know. He works for the government, but he's also part of that cult. That tells you everything right there. Right? He works for the government, but he's also part of that cult. So what am I supposed to do? I trust him? Absolutely fucking not. So I don't know what to do yet. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. Could always disappear before he ever gets here. Or ever comes out here. You know. I already got my ticket. I just have to redo the date. And get out of Dodge. What would you do? Here's the problem I'm having, though. Supposedly, he works for the government, because here's why I say supposedly. Before I say the next part. Are felons allowed to go to Fiji? Or Italy? Are felons allowed to go to Italy? Do they allow them to enter? Because now I'm starting to wonder about somebody else. Alright, that's fine. I'll leave it a bit. See, supposedly him and Terry met in prison. Now, if he was a felon, if he was actually a felon, he wouldn't be allowed to work for the government. How he told me he is in the agency he's supposedly working in. That's why I need to know if they could go to... They can't get passports at all? There's no way they can, like, pay fines and pay whatever and get a passport. Okay, so now I'm even more confused. Supposedly him and Terry met while they were both in prison. They became like brothers. Terry traveled, went out of the country after he cleaned up his act and everything. And so does he. Terry supposedly died on February 7th, 2020. There's only one little bit of it's a basic obituary. Nothing special about this obituary. Just says, the basic, how old he was, when he passed away, whatever. Oh, excuse me. And then supposedly, he paid for Terry to be cremated, but then the woman Terry was with stole the ashes and forged changed his will. And before Terry died, he told me that he was planning on going to Italy. Him and her were going to be traveling to Italy. And that was when I talked to him in November of 2019. I don't know what to think anymore. And if, if there's. Shit. There's no way Terry would. Fuck. Government agents undercover. Because I know Terry had a passport. And I know Terry was in prison for quite off and on for DUIs and shit. I didn't even think anything about that. And I know he went to Fiji last year. He travels a lot. So now, what the fuck? And his mom's a judge. So now I won't know when he's going to be showing up. I already have that feeling. I'm not going to know. I'm not going to know until he gets here. And now I'm wondering if he is possibly on his way here. Great. When you realize that everything has been a lie. Your identity, your life, everything. Any friend I ever had was probably set up to. Was already picked for me, most likely. Which wasn't Benny. My whole life has been a lie. I've never been with anyone that actually loved me at all. They were just most likely paid to be with me. Maybe they grew to end up wanting to be with me, and then because after being together. But other than that, Jesus fucking Christ. My children stolen from me, my ability to have children stolen so they could continue to traffic me through adulthood. That way I wouldn't get pregnant. Don't cry for me. I'm okay. I'll be okay. I don't know everything that happened to me. I've been told that what I don't remember is much far, far, far worse than what I do remember. And I won't read the files. So, you've heard what I remember. I remember being kept in a cage. I remember being transported in a bag and in a trunk and being rugged and all that kind of stuff. So tell me, and the one memory I have of the unaliving of the cannibal shit while the children were still alive. Y'all have read the ones that have read the files or whatnot. Please don't tell me what's in them. But is it worse than what I remember? Is what's in there a lot worse than what I remember? Than the things I remember? I feel like I'm in some fucked up movie. I feel like I'm starring in a movie and I am unaware that I'm starring in this movie. So it's far, far worse than, and I was told the truth, by the person I've known for about 20 years and by that person who's entwined with that cult. He even said it might be best for me to leave it alone, just go on with my life. The guy warned me. But no, I'm a natural born detective. I can't stop until I get to the truth. Curiosity killed the cat. Remember that. And then I predicted everything was going to be exposed. They were all going to be exposed. For everything they did was going to be exposed. I was so angry at because of what had been going on. And what what they did to the... I said it. I said every one of those evil motherfucking monsters were going to be exposed for everything they've done. I predicted it. I said it. And almost a year later, it happened. I have been made to stay silent for so long. I was kept drugged and sedated. When you're prescribed 30 different prescriptions, 100 pills a day, sleeping 23 out of 24 hours a day, and the 1 hour you're awake, it's so fucking... you don't really know or comprehend what the fuck's going on. No, Tanya Michelle Williams, I do believe. That's the thing. I remember there being a picture with Sue and this child on a bed. In the bed, it was a room upstairs at Alton Howard's house. And it was on Howard's birthday. Because at that same night, they had a stripper for Howard. But this child that was supposedly me, if I remember right, looked just like Tanya. I think Tanya and I were kept together at some point. I don't know why Heather Enderton opened her mouth. For the longest time, I ended up thinking she was the real Heather. But then comparing the picture yesterday with Brad's picture, that's Brad in that dress. With the legs open, and yeah, that's Brad. because I was starting to remember certain things, and they knew it, so they wanted to. Not just that, I've been exposing them for fucking 2 years. The thing is, I know that there's a large bounty on my head. Whoever could get me shut up. Well, now it's too late, and they know it. But whoever could shut me up or get me put away in a hospital to where they could sedate me, to where everybody would forget about me. It'd keep me under control. Nobody would ever hear from me again. That was their plan. That's why she said they would make sure I would go someplace comfortable where I could heal properly. So many people were paid to do what they did to me. To make me look as crazy as they could possibly make me look, because to discredit me. She even tried to get me to sign an NDA. The bio mom wanted to meet me, remember? Chances are, Sue, they've been watching, and me exposing them and everything is another thing. Yeah. I just... You know, I was always told that nobody would ever believe anything I said. For example, Linda let her stepson rape me for 2 or 3 years. And I told when I was 18, well, my 19th birthday I spent at a place called Mountain Crest, because I tried to, myself, I took 80 of her muscle relaxers too, myself. And she took me to the hospital. It took forever to get to the hospital, but I think she did that intentionally. But then I ended up I told the therapist. And so she wanted a family therapy session. Now, if you tell a therapist at a mental hospital or whatnot, what is the protocol for that? Do they then have a family therapy session and bring it up at the family therapy session in front of the grandparents, the parents, the aunt and uncle, the bio mom and the bio mom's husband, the brothers, and that? Do they do that? Because that's what happened. There was family therapy session, and Linda, Ralph, Brad was there. Sue and John were there. John and Shauna were there. Joan and Jack were there. Shade and Shade was there. Sean was there. Family therapy session. All in a circle. Therapist shuts the door. First thing out of her mouth is, so Heather says that her stepbrother Brian raped her and told her told everybody in that room what I said. Linda said that I was lying, that I fantasized it. Therapist goes, "You're right, it didn't happen, she fantasized it." Yeah. Whoever the highest, the big dog in the yard, so to speak, the highest, the main numero uno highest member is someone that is not in the public eye. They're behind the scenes. And they're more evil than any of the ones that you could ever imagine. More evil than all those people in the Epstein files, and they are not in the files. For the ones that have read the files, have you seen anybody with the last name Stacy, Arian, McCord, any of those? Ralph McCord, Linda McCord, John and Joan Stacy, John Shade Stacy Sr., Alta and Howard Arian. See any of those names in the Epstein files? There's a reason. I'm pretty sure I know who the main leader is. I'm 99% sure. I was kept in that family for a reason. Out of all the families I could have been kept in, I was kept in that one. Why? Well, after all, Alta was the leader back in the day. They called her Grandmother Hayden. So, the leader is most likely always in that family. Alta was like the great granddaughter of John and Priscilla Alden, the most famous couple to come over on the Mayflower. Do you understand yet? Another grandfather of hers was President Adams. The fourth great-grandfather was best friends with President Garfield. One of the grandfathers in that family started Drake College in Iowa. Stella Hayden was the famous whistling lady in the Quad Cities, and that was the mother of Alta Arian, aka Grandmother Hayden. Now, them being related to presidents and things like that, and distant cousins to like Henry VIII, Anne Boleyn. Fourth cousin is Walt Disney. Do you get it yet? Who do you think the leader is? The leader is the most sadistic person I have ever met in my entire fucking life and knows how to hide it very well, and everybody thinks she's a wonderful person. I believe the leader is Linda. I believe the leader of that fucked up cult is the woman that adopted me. Because she's the most sadistic and knows how to hide it the best. And people seem to do exactly what she tells them to do. I don't think I have. I may have. I think I have, but I don't have one on my phone. Let me go get the box. So, I still would love to have a bonfire, I'll tell you what. You know. The only person that has ever been able to tell her something and she shuts the fuck up and listens is her son. one time we were sitting doing diamond paintings, and she picks up her cup and she shakes it like this and smiles because it was empty. And her son, Sean, he was sitting at the desk behind us, and he says, "You could get it yourself. She doesn't need to do it for you." And she got up and did it herself. So is Sean the leader. But he was really nice to me. He was the only one that was nice to me and decent to me. So now, makes me wonder. Yeah. That's Linda, Ralph, Brian, the stepson, me, and Brad. And Brad. This is so bizarre. Like, this is the youngest picture I have of me. They tried to say this is me. On the back of my picture... Okay, I need to ask, does it say anything in the files about numbers that would be put on the back of pictures? Like for a catalog type where they would pick the child? Kind of like this. The number on the back of my picture is 6776. This is a Howard and Alta Aryan. Graham and Mother Hayden. Sweet old lady, huh? This is Joan and Jack. I was their favorite grandchild. I wonder why. And, hide me in plain sight. I know there's a zip code on the back of the picture, and it's for like Athens, Pennsylvania, but I don't know what the 6776 is. That's the thing. I wish I did. My kids had no problems, so they were taken from me. My kids had no problems. No. They had my birthday as November 23rd, 1980. I could only be a year or two older or a year or two younger. And if I'm Catrice Lee, my birthday would be November 28th, 1979. That's the problem. I don't know. And if it turns out I'm not Catrice Lee, that's a bigger problem because I don't know who the fuck I am then. And I don't know where to look next. So I pray to God it comes back that I am, then that answers that solves that mystery. And I don't feel like I'm having an identity crisis. You know? My kids were happy when they were with me. And they took them from me. And I was a good mom. I've looked to find anybody missing in 1970. I've tried. I can't find. The only ones I found were possibly me. One was Tanya, then Catrice. There's another one, but she and I don't look anything alike, really. And then there was the one Michelle girl that was just found. I was all over TikTok. Her mom was arrested. And then there was another one, but they believe her mom's boyfriend unalived her. She's never been found. So the only one that I can find is Catrice Lee, which I have a birthmark in the same spot, and she has a mole like right here, like I do in the same spot. And we both have a club thumb on our right hand. And only 2 to 3% of the population have club thumbs. I didn't know that I had a club thumb. I just thought I had a short thumb and a regular normal thumb. Because I asked them why do I have 2 different size thumbs, and same with my toes. And they said that one side came from Sue, the other side came from Smitty. It's right, my lower back on the right side of my spine. It's very light, but I don't know if I can find it. But yeah, it's lower right side. It's in the same area as Catrice Lee's, is what I read. And the fact that I most likely have the same eye condition on my left eye like she did in hers, that's another thing. I go to the eye specialist in March to find out. I've never been told I had this eye condition, but my hand-eye coordination's always been off. My balance has always been off. I cannot depth perceptions has always been off. I can't catch up all to save my fucking life. They always said I was clumsy, falling upstairs, falling downstairs. Yeah, it's my migraines. Even when I wear glasses, sometimes I have my migraines. Strabismus. And if I did have eye surgery, it would have been when they took my tonsils out. Most likely. I don't know. All I know is they told me I had my tonsils out when I was 2.5. They must have figured that they got me when they must have figured I was 2.5. Because everything, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. But no pictures except, ones that are not me. Except the one with me like this. The one thing I've found strange is, my daughter there looks like she's kind of nervous or scared. Doesn't she? That's Jack. Anytime he would hold her, she would start screaming. And I couldn't figure out why. Yeah, my daughters weren't happy with me, were they? After they took my kids and everything, the longer time went on, my kids started having fake smiles in their pictures. Iowa. Davenport, Bettendorf, Iowa. That's Linda. And my youngest. What's interesting, if you look, this is my youngest daughter, right? Look at how she's kind of holding my daughter, fake smile, leaning away from her, right? But then with my oldest daughter, genuine smile, closeness, that kind of thing. And that makes sense, does it? She also said my daughter was her favorite grandchild, too. What these people don't seem to understand is, you want to know what happens to these people when they get old? Because they think they live forever, right? Because they're insane. What do you think happens to them as time goes on? Howard died in... By the way, Howard passed away in 1992. Alta passed away in 1993. Supposedly. And then supposedly Joe passed away in 2002. And so on and so forth. These people fake their deaths. And what's interesting is Sue never had short hair after they got me either. Now this picture here freaks me out now. Because I never really... I used to think it was I used to think it was Jack being loving on my daughter. Now I'm looking at my daughter's face. Let me show you. Because I didn't really pay attention to this before, and that's my daughter. And I thought this picture was just a loving grandfather. Or my grandfather being loving to his great-granddaughter. But now that I'm paying close attention to her face, that's not what I see. They did this to my daughters, too. It wasn't just me, it was my daughters, too. Clearly. And knowing what I know now, no, they turn my daughters against me. My daughters believe the lies they've been told. There's a picture of a child they said was me. And it's not. The baby in the picture looks like it's no longer with us, so to speak. If you catch my drift. And now I know what I know. It's like these people are so fucking twisted. Like beyond fucking twisted. That baby's not alive. These people are fucking sick fucks. This is Joan and Jack holding a baby that they claimed was me. That baby is not alive. It had birth defect. You can tell the arms are from the arms being, there's a lot of birth defects with this baby. And not just that. It looks like there might be a leg missing and things like that. I don't know what they did to this child. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's in those goddamn files. I already know what I know, and I don't like what I know. How the fuck did I not see? How did I not see it? How did I not see it? How did I not see? How did I not see it? I just thought I was the black sheep of the family. Nothing could have ever prepared me for any of this. Nothing could have ever prepared me for any of this. Finding out the truth. Nothing. Well, we know how that family is. Tell me, does he have a soul? None of these people have souls. How did I not see it? You know how when serial unalivers are caught and you ask, and their wives and families are asked, how did you not know? You must have known something, right? They don't. Trust they don't. I mean, look at me. I just just to know that fucking Joe and Jack's wedding picture. $1955, I guess. John Stacy Sr. That is Carol, John, Howard, Linda, and Jack. Carol is the one on my right. Linda, well, obviously, she's the one on the left. John Howard in the back, and then Jack in the front. They have no fucking souls, do they? How the fuck did I not know? Here's the thing, Carol never hid how evil she was. Well, she did. She just made your cunt. I'm pretty sure she's responsible for her father's passing as well. There's a reason they look normal. They're the most powerful ones, the highest of the high, will always look normal. They will never look like the celebrities in that do. Have you seen how the celebrities are changing physically in that? They will never do that. Why? Because most likely, well, my theory is they're the fucking motherfucking top dogs of the fucked up cult. That is December of 2002. It's me, my oldest. 2004? February of 2003. Haven't aged much, have I? Or 23 years ago. I haven't changed much. Well, physically. I've changed a lot, other than that. Oh, and this is actually the picture I was hoping to find. Because Bella looks just like her father. Okay? Yeah, she does look like her mom too, but I want to show y'all something. You tell me what you think. Okay? Yeah, I've been married and divorced twice. The girl in the red dress, or the child in the red dress. And then there's Brad's daughter. On the, right. Now, does it look like they could be parent-child? Well, obviously, they're both very young in the pictures, but does it look like they could be that one could be? Yeah. Okay. Let's go with similar, right? How about now? Now, this child and this child, how much do they look alike? And there's reasons I'm asking. Because I want to see if. No. I mean, these two. How much do these two look alike? With each other. To each other. This doesn't look like this? Say he had longer hair. Well, here's what's interesting. How about him and her? There's and now I'm very, very curious. What about these two? Okay, this is Brad. This is Brad's daughter. But she resembles her in this one too. This is definitely not me. So, theory is Sue was actually male, but we don't know. We can't confirm that, but I do have the picture that looks like she may have Adam's apple. And she was 5'8", between 5'8", 5'10". So, now here's the question. That's why I was wondering, because this picture, I'm pretty sure, is him. Because if Sue never had any children, right? Then this would have had to have been him. Let me see if I can find the picture I'm looking for, though. But hold on. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the picture. If I can remember the picture I'm looking for. Shit. Oh, I know what I'm looking for. Hold on. Because there is a child that went missing out of his crib in 1985 from Colorado Springs. And I have a theory. Clearly, I always have theories, right? Oh, where the fuck is this picture? You know what's interesting though? Y'all remember what what Heather Enderton looked like? Because what I just found, it makes me think that she may really be Sue's child. I did an AI age progression, right? Of the child in the red dress. I took screenshots. Now let me see if I can find the picture of this wench first. Or actually, let me show you the age progression first, and then I'll show you the wench. Give me a moment. Okay, so girl in the red dress. This is the age progression. Or child in the red dress. Right? Okay. Got it? Now. See, go back to... Nope. See if I can find it. It would have been October. Oh yeah, there's all the text messages. Shit. All the text messages from that psychopath. Okay. I have had to keep screenshots, you name it, I've had to keep it. Of just about everything. Oh, where is this fucking picture of this bitch? It would have been towards October. No, October 1st. Oh, where is this fucking picture of this bitch? It would have been towards October. No, October 1st. You know what? But I can find them. I think I know how to find them. Maybe. Hang on. That's not working. Ah, crap. I cannot find these pictures now. No. No. What the fuck? I have project. Okay, so let's try this. Okay. See, these were all the messages that I had to take screenshots of because the psychopath kept, being herself, then the mom, and then it's been crazy. It's been fucking nuts. This whole thing. Hmm. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. I'm gonna do something. I think I know how to find it. Hmm. All the numbers I've had to block because of the shit. You know how insane that is? Like, seriously. It's been completely nuts. And how would a phone number disappear out of a blocked list? I am looking for, because I blocked this, I blocked Heather Edgerton on my phone and everything, and for some reason, I can't find it on the blocked list. I can't find it anywhere. It's almost like someone got in my phone and just uh deleted it. Isn't that crazy? It doesn't surprise me though. Because it has all the other ones in here, just not. That's so fucking nuts. No, I'm getting close to it though. I can feel it. Actually, I did find one. Her and her whole family. You know, I might be getting close. You know when you have to take screenshots and keep screenshots of every fucking thing? Yeah, that's so much fun. As I'm sitting here lying about that. Um, however, I found one. Hold on. Now, back to where the age version I did is. Oh, excuse me. Alright. So, hang on. Shit. I found what I was looking for. So I need. Okay. Child in the red dress, right? Didn't age progression. Oh, come on. Flip the bitch. Alright. So let's get the child in the red dress, right? Age progression of this child. That's Heather Enderton, who said, "Oh my god, you're my long lost sister named Tanya, you were kidnapped." That's the age progression of the girl in the red dress. Now, maybe I'm wrong. What do you guys think? Is it the same person? And if it's not Brad, and she's the one that said, "Oh my God, your long-lost sister named Tanya, you were kidnapped." Well, let's go over something like this. Do they look like they could be related? Yeah. Do they look like they could be related? Possibly brother and sister? You talking about this one? This is Brad's daughter. Yeah, no, that's Brad when he was little. But hang on, I have that picture here somewhere. Give me a minute. Oh, where the fuck is that picture? Oh, where is it? It's here somewhere. Well, do they look like they could be related? Or that's whose father? Oh, where's that goddamn picture? Okay, here we are. Nope, that is not the one. Oh, for fuck's sakes, where is that damn picture? I can't find the damn picture. I can't find the fucking picture. Do they look like they're related to her? No? Do they look like they're related? Because I'm getting I don't know what to think anymore. Then now here's the question. Because she looks like the version of this child. Also looks like she could be related to Brad and Shade. How about now? Yeah. I don't know what to think, and this gives me a fucking migraine. Well, let's check something out. Hold on. Let's look something. That's not it. God damn it, that's not what the for fuck's sakes. There we go. How about now? What do you think? Do they look like they could be related? At all? Okay, let me try some. I got one more picture. Because something is amiss. I know. Okay. That's Smith. Smitty. How about that? Yeah. Sue's the mother. Smitty's the father. I was told he was my father. Just like I was told I was the girl in the red dress. Yeah. I was told I was the girl in the red dress. Clearly, I'm not. Because now we all know. And I'm still going back. Even knowing what we know. And knowing that that it's impossible for it not to be true. I'm still dealing with the fact that I'm going back and forth in my mind, like, this can't be real. You know? It doesn't fucking feel real. I feel like I'm in a fucking... I'm in like a Bad Lifetime movie or something, only, I'm not. It's... I feel like I'm the star of a movie that I don't know I'm a part of. You know how fucked up that is? I feel like you're like the main character in a movie, yet you don't have any idea that the movie is being made. You know what I mean? Because all this shit doesn't seem real. Because it's not that it doesn't seem real because it didn't happen. Obviously all the shit happened. It doesn't seem or feel real because I'm part of that shit. And I'm I want to wake up and this be a horrible dream, a horrible nightmare. That's what I want. Can I have that? I do think I'm going to get off here because I should eat something and then go to bed because my head hurts and I am just beyond emotionally, mentally, and physically drained. My whole life I was made to believe that I imagined everything. That my memories aren't real. Hence why I doubt my own memories and I keep questioning my fucking self. And it's all real. And I am doing the best I can to deal with it. Don't call me that, please. I've asked multiple times not to be called that. I don't know why you're trying to call me that. Thank you. I am mentally, physically, and emotionally drained. I think it's okay. I think as much as I've cried, I don't have any liquid left in my body. I want this to be a horrible nightmare. You know? It is, but it's not. The thing is, finding out from strangers on the internet that the memories that I've talked about are in those files. Finding out I'm in those files by complete strangers on the internet. Let me explain something. I'm sure. I'm not gonna butcher your username and whatnot, but I have more important things that I'm dealing with right now than the speculation as to whether JFK Jr. is still alive or not. I just was informed 2 days ago that all my memories that I've talked about are actually in the shit's in the Epstein files. So while you're trying to figure out whether JFK Jr. is still alive or not and under a different name, I'm trying to process the fact that I was in the Epstein files. That I'm in the fucking files. And what I went through. That's what I'm trying to deal with. Because I don't remember. I remember bits and pieces. Yeah, evidently. All the memories I've had that I've talked about long before the Epstein files came out, like being kept in a cage, transported, how I have a memory of children being cannibalized while they're still alive, and that's how they lost their life. Yeah, because I am. I don't know how much more clear I need to make that, because I did have it confirmed tonight without it technically being confirmed by someone I've known for 20 years who works in the government. I called him. I said, "Am I in the files?" He says, "No, I told you you're safe." I said, "Then why are people telling me my memories that I've talked about are in the goddamn files?" And he says that's why he was coming to talk to me in person. And he has some things to show me. And evidently, there's a lot of victims that have been taking their own lives. And he's worried that I said, "I'm not gonna do anything stupid. You gotta understand this is fresh. I just found out 2 fucking days ago, and I'm coping with it the best motherfucking way I can. I'll be fine. I gotta process it." None of it feels real. I'm I'm here. I'm doing the best I can do. I can right now. I'm on a motherfucking roller coaster of emotions. I've cried more today than I have in my entire fucking life. Probably. Because it finally hit me today that all my memories and everything that happened is very real. It did happen. My memories are real. I didn't imagine it, and I really did. I really am in those files. You know, I already know I am. Okay? I don't know what you don't comprehend. All the memories all the things I've remembered and that I've talked about for the past year and a half or whatnot, long before the fucking files came out. And the shit is in the fucking files, and I've come across other survivors and watched them talk about what they went through, and it's like watching someone talk about what I went through. I was taken to an apartment when I was with Sue. I thought for the longest time it was someplace we lived. But now I'm thinking back, there was no dresser, there was no clothes. It was just toys and a canopy bed that was across from that door. Behind that, because here's the canopy. You go in the room, it's a white room. It's a very, very large room. You go in, over here, when you walk in, say you walk in the door, right? Over in this area would be a bunch of toys and like a play area. Here would be the canopy bed. And on this side, like over here, hang on. God bless America. Shit. Okay, so here's the door, right? You go in, there's a long, big area to play with toys. There's a bunch of toys over here. Right here, if you're looking on this side, there's the canopy bed against the wall. The head of the canopy bed was like centered in the middle of the wall, and like kind of like my bed is. And like if you're sitting on at the foot of the canopy bed, or if you look, you're standing there in the doorway. There's the canopy bed. There's the play area, and right here is like 3 or 4 steps going up to a landing, and then in the middle of the landing is a door, and you open that door, and there was a tunnel, and there was religious paintings painted on the walls all the way down, and the lady that lived downstairs who would watch me every now and then, because I was told never to open that door. I told her, and she came up and went in there with a flashlight. She was gone for 2 hours and came back and said there was no end to that tunnel. But the paintings were on both walls all the way down, and there was no ending. We didn't live in that apartment. That's just where. That's just where they kept taking me. And then other people's houses and things. I'm sure I just have bits and pieces of memories. I keep remembering things. But the things I've talked about are in fact listed in those files from my understanding. So I'm doing the best I can to deal with all of it. So yeah. Thank you. Honestly, you don't know how much it means to have people actually believe me. After being told so long, for so long, nobody would ever believe anything I ever said. Now I gotta go prove who I am. My real identity. Grace Marie is a pretty name, but I want to use my real name. And I can't do that until I prove who I am. You know? I'm pretty sure I'm, you know, about 95% sure I'm Catrice Lee. Probably more than that, but I'm going to say 95% sure till DNA, you know? Unfortunately, I have to go over to the UK because I have tried to get FBI and that to help me and they won't. I've recorded conversations between myself and FBI, myself and Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and myself and police. None of them will help me. But, I have the agencies over in the UK that want to help me more than anything, only I gotta go there first. Catrice Lee disappeared from West Germany on November 28th, 1981. She was born on a military base in Germany. Her family was stationed there because her father was in the Royal British Army. She disappeared from a NAFI on her second birthday. The suspect, the sketch of the suspect looks exactly like the person I grew up knowing as my biological mother. I think I'm gonna have to end this because it just. So, I do have a GFM. Oh, you gotta censor your fucking self on this fucking app anymore. I set up a GoFundMe, around the holidays to try and get, help me raise the funds to, get over there and to be able to stay over there and be able to, um, to help me with it and to be able to, do what I need to do. I already got my ticket to go, um, so that's taken care of. So now, I have the room reserved. I'm gonna be staying at it's a private room with a private bathroom, like an Airbnb type thing. I'm gonna be staying in a private room, private bathroom, and that. But cheapest place I could get. That's not a hostel, because I will not stay in a hostel. And I gotta be careful because the bed, my body and everything. I have osteoporosis, so I gotta have a bed, not a cot. Um, I'm not telling anybody when I'm going because there are people that watch that don't need to know when I'm going. Have you ever seen Grease 2? This might explain what I'm trying to say. You ever seen Grease 2? Where the one character says, Paulette, stop fraternizing with the enemy. Stop fraternizing with the enemy. There's people that watch that, yeah, all the time. But yeah, so oh yeah. I mean, think of it this way. I used to sleep in my car Because I lived in my car in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Walmart on 45th, with all my windows down. Do you know how dangerous that area is? I took a DNA test to find out if I was Tanya Michelle Williams, and it came back negative. Sorry, guys, I'm very, very drained. Oh, Ancestry? Yeah, the guy that was in charge of the Ancestry DNA is actually related to that family. Yeah. And I have proof. I am fucking exhausted. I am just so fucking drained, and I am tired and exhausted. Physically, mentally, emotionally. It's not every day that you find out. You come to terms with everything that you remember is actually fucking real, and then you find out you were also in the Epstein files. Because of your memories. The things you talk about and then turns out are actually in the files. The cages and things like that. Oh, trust and believe, I'm not gonna have a problem. Because I'm gonna take a couple. Screw it. You know? So I'm gonna end this for now. And I'm going to try and get sleep. I hope I sleep because I need sleep. I love y'all too. And thank you. It means the world to me more than you could ever imagine. And now I'm gonna cry again, and I hate crying. All I want to do is go and prove who I really am and be reunited with my real family. And get justice. Which might actually, honestly, my DNA might actually be the key to taking all of it down. And the reason my DNA may very well be the key to all of it ending is because the truth about the children being taken isn't the truth. What y'all have been told, that's not how it is. The truth of all the children that have gone missing from these people, they don't kidnap them. They bought all of them. The only child that was ever kidnapped and never supposed to be taken was me. And I was told that by the person who's entwined with that cult. And I've had multiple members of that cult come on my lives saying I was never meant to be taken. I was never supposed to be taken. That's why there's such a bounty on my head to get me to shut up and everything else. I don't know why else, but yeah. As far as I know, I'm the only one that was never supposed to be taken. And every child that has been missing and victims of these monsters were bought from their families. There will be 3 people in each family who knows the truth on what really happened to the child. Guaranteed. For example, Tanya Shaw Williams. 2 weeks after her disappearance, her grandmother went into the bank and paid off the house and the land in cash. But nobody questioned it. They do believe that the old sheriff who passed away had something to do with it. And then on his deathbed, they asked him again, "What do you know about Tanya's disappearance?" And he said he would go to his grave with what he knew, and he did. He refused to tell the family what really happened to her. They didn't remove my teeth. That's the thing. What, like, the ones just coming on in that, yeah, and hearing me talk about this, that yes, I am a victim. I don't remember. I had been very medicated for a very long time. Poison, rugged, you name it. They didn't let me get off the medications until in 2017. That's when they stopped trafficking me. That's the only reason she was okay with me being off the medication. And then finding out I was kidnapped, that was in October 28th, 2024. And then remembering things and talking about what I remember and everything. And then 2 days ago or whatnot, finding out the things that I've talked about are all in the Epstein files. And then the person I've known for about 20 years who works for the government, I called him and I asked him, "Am I in the files?" He's like, "No, I told you you're safe." I said, "Then why are my memories in there?" And that's when he said that that's why he was planning on coming here to talk to me in person and show me things. And he said that they are losing a lot of victims because victims are taking themselves out, and he's worried about me. I said, "I'm not going to do anything stupid. You got to understand why I'm so upset. I just found out 2 days ago. And it's finally sinking in and fucking hitting me that it's fucking real. Everything's real, and I'm in those goddamn files." So it's a lot. But I'm coping and I'm processing and I'm dealing with everything the best I can. Um, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster of emotions, and I feel like I'm like the main character in a movie that's being filmed that I don't know is being filmed. This does not feel fucking real. It doesn't, and I fucking hate it. I hate the situation and everything. I don't hate them because I can't. It's not in me. Yeah. I say all the time, the only way to truly help people, victims of any sort, is you have to actually go through and experience what they've gone through and experienced. Because if you don't, then there's no way for you to understand, and there's no way for you to help them the way they need to be helped. You have to go through it yourself so you can understand the pain and what they're going through, and you can help them the right way. Because when you don't, then you can end up saying the most fucked up shit, not realizing you're saying fucked up shit. You know what I mean? I predicted almost a year ago that there would be involved. Yeah. I want to go to sleep, and when I wake up, I want this all to be a fucking nightmare. That this is not real. Right? This isn't real. Right? Right? Tell me this isn't real. Because that's where I'm at. I keep going back and forth with it, and I can't. And I know that it's all real. But it's like, I will never understand it. So I'm going to end this. I'm going to eat something. I'm going to take some gummies, and then I'm going to do a bit of the Lord's lettuce, because this has been one fucked up day, night, whatever. And I need to just mellow, you know. So, anywho, I'm not sure when I'll be live again. If I am live tomorrow, it'll probably be on my backup account. I don't know. But it's getting a lot for me to come on here because of, every other video I'm hearing about what's in there in the files. I'm seeing pictures. I, you know. So. Love y'all. But yeah, we'll see. Play it by ear and see how things go. But if I feel like I need to take time off of here, which if I do, I'm sure it's extremely understandable that if I don't come on for a while, right? Uh, so, but until next time, I hope you all have a great night. Hopefully better than mine. Shit. Have a great night, guys. I'll see y'all later. And thank you.